Hello, listeners. Hi, my name is Madhavi, and I'm so happy to have you on UppTalk. You have come to the right place if you want to learn about IT and do really cool things with your hands. We are not just another IT company when I say UppTalk. Think of us as your learning partner dedicated to helping you reach your full potential. We have top notch hands on courses to help you build your business, whether you are new to technology or want to move up in your current job. Let's look around this as our first step towards learning.
Now let's create a new project. You guys go to your file and new assembly project. And then I think yesterday you created it already, right? Let me give it int underscore test. Then next, and then collection name is the same and finish. It created and my this look and feel will be different because it's iOS. Just don't think that why you are not able to see your stuff like this. This is test. And if you double click on your assembly, it will be this blank thing here. This is where you will do your integration stuff, right? Designing and all that. Yesterday what we covered, we just saw the different tabs that we have Project Explorer. Then if you click on the assembly, that's the main area where you do connect your components, and all that palette is the place where you have different components and then different tabs here. Cloud Explorer is the one where you use to connect to the cloud. Then you have the Problems tab. It will tell you about any errors or warnings. Properties is something. Whenever you open a component, click on that and comes to the Property tab. That's where you do the configuration. XPath Explorer is more about once you have an XML file, it helps you in finding the XPath of a particular field. Schema Explorer is for the Workday Web Services. And Process Monitor and Consolidated Report. Here is something when you run the integration from Studio. These two tabs help you in checking the status and the performance. Yep, that's what we covered yesterday. It was a quick summary. Now let's see how it works. Let me try searching this int underscore test. Do I have anything here? I have many integrations with this name. But it's MasterCard and all that. I think let me change the name. How do we change the name? It is click on this right click. And then there is something called refactor, and then rename. I'm going to test underscore studio. It will just rename it. Rename the project. Now, whenever you have to start a Workday integration, it always starts with a Workday in component. This is the very first component that every integration will have. Right. And whenever, by default, you drag and drop it, the name which it shows on here is called start here. Right. That's the place from where the integration starts. After that, you have many components like this and that and. It can be anywhere. Right. You just drag and drop. It goes anywhere, but then to make it look beautiful. Right? One thing which I recommend and everybody should do is you use a swim lane. Swim lane helps you in formatting or aligning the components. Then you drag and drop your stuff into the swim lane. Now, if you have your studio open, I want you to try. Just play around, put things here like this. It will automatically align. And then once you click on the swim lane and go to the properties part of it, you will see the different options here. By default, it is horizontal, meaning any component you will drag and drop in a swim lane will go horizontal, but you can change it. You can do a vertical one, right? And alignment, again, you can change the medium one. Plus, you can fill colors also. Fill colors. Colors. Fill color. I will choose this one. Select. By you, guys will have very simple. Oh, it got it there, right? That's the colors and same as the font. Font. You see here swim lane. You can change that and make it big and bold, and that's it close. This helps him. Now say you want these two components to be in horizontal and this one in parallel. Then what do? You can have a swim lane within a swim lane. You put a swim lane and then you put the two components into that and make that as like this one is horizontal and this one is vertical. Right? That's how you can align stuff. Let me delete now. Let me start with again Workday in. But before that, what I'll do is I'll put a swim lane, put this one into this, and then all the components in Workday. You can rename now the swim lane. I will write it. It is the Test Studio integration. I can make it this one as bold. Well, now let's see the start here. Start here. You can also change the name, just same like your file name. Change any file name on your desktop. You change it by clicking on it twice. Right, same thing. Integration starts here. Now, once you click on this Start Here component, which is Workday, and you see first is the common, which is nothing. They're then advanced. You see here integration system name. Whatever thing you will mention here will be the name of the integration in the tenant. Now here I'll put it in space test, space studio. Right? This name can have spaces, but a component name cannot have spaces. An integration, a project name cannot have spaces. But if you want your integration name to be in a very specific one, spaces and all that stuff, this is the place. I want you to pay close attention to the name of the project that we have created. It is int underscore test underscore studio, while in this start here in the advanced tab, we have the integration name as int space test space studio. And then you have the launch parameters. This is the place where we can add launch parameters. We will do it later, not now. And then we have different services which we can enable, right? We have attribute and map service, delivery service, listener, and all that stuff. We don't use retrieval and delivery service here. We do it via business process on the front end. But yes, attribute and map service is very common. Sequence generator is common. Transaction log. Now report service a yes, custom object service medium. And then data initialization, no service reference. We will see that as we see the use cases. But first component is this right. And then there is another component which you need to remember is this put integration message right. When you drag and drop this one, it by default selects severity and summary. You just have to click on finish and then on this property of this one, you see message severity as info and summary as whatever message you want. You put integration message is used to print show a message on the integration event. When you see an integration completed, what does it show? It shows either successfully completed or completed with warning or completed with errors, right? And then the summary. Here, summary is something what you want to show the message. You put it here in quotes and then put any message integration completed nicely. I'll put this one right. And then severity, it can be info. Info means integration will complete successfully. If you put error, integration will complete with error. If you put warning, integration will complete with one. Now you will say, how do we know this? What to put? Every component here has a help thing at the bottom. If you click on that, it will open up right now. It's opening up for me here, but if you click on it, it will open up it in Studio, the put integration message. If I come to the summary, this one here it is, you can put critical error info warning. Now let's start with info. I'll keep this info and keep this one, and this one I will have to. You can just put your mouse on this component. It shows up two arrows and then you have to just drag and connect it to the next one. That's it. And then I'll click on save right, it's connected and save. Now for this integration. This integration which I've created is on my local right. I have to put it in the cloud. Let me first go to the tenant and show you that. Do I haven't test anything? Sudo. There is nothing as Studio right. Now let me deploy it. How to deploy an integration is you click on that project and then click on this button here at the top, deploy to Workday. Or you do a right click and then you will have deployed to Workday. You can do it either ways. Click on that, select your tenant to which you are connected, click on next and then make sure that your project is here and then click on finish right. It will give you the first time that it is your responsibility what you are deploying and all that, and you have to say I agree because you have no other option. And then it will show a pop up at the bottom right saying deployed. Now if you go to the tenant and just click on enter here now, it should show up right now. If you see, the name of the integration is in Space Test, Space Studio, right? What is the name here in this property? Property view. In the advanced, it is in Space Test, Space Studio, right? This is that name. If you can see, the name of the integration is the name of the integration is the name of the integration. If I click on it, it says it's a cloud integration template, meaning it is a studio. Whenever the integration template is cloud integration, it is Studio. Now, if you see here Cloud Collection Studio project, it is int underscore test underscore studio, which is nothing. But our project name is something which gets uploaded here. And this is where you see the cloud.write.co cloud archive file, which has everything the executable. Now, since we have done this integration, now let's try running it. If you know how to run, it is integration, launch, click on and then refresh. It should complete very quickly. Refresh, it should be done. Now, if you see the status is completed right, and if I click on the messages, it says integration completed. Nicely. And now let me change this one. Every time you do any change, you have to deploy properties and you go to put integration message as advanced instead of info. I will now put it as error and I will save it and I will deploy it right. Now you guys have to try this. Try, the more you deploy, the more you change and do stuff. It will help you. It will remove your fear of studio, else it will be a big thing. Now, if I launch it, I will take more time in the basics, building your fundamentals. Then after that will be easy. Learning the alphabets A, B, C, D takes time, but then after that reading books will be easy. Now if you see it's completed with error, and why it completed with error? Because the put integration message has the severity as error, right? If you now do it, right? If you now do it, warning save it, and then deploy right now. If have to just relaunch this one now, you see it will complete with warning. It says completed with warning and the message is nice. Now let's see this. This one I want you guys to see say it's a very common thing as you're writing it right. Suppose you miss the spelling right. Instead of warning, you wrote warring and then you deploy it and then you run right. This is something which I want you to face. These are the common errors which people do while building, while testing. Now it's deployed and integration launch. Let's see what's the status. Will be completed with errors right away. And what does it say? It says integration failed. The local in transport put integration message property name is has failed. Using expression critical debug error info contains something different. Right, this is how Workday delivered messages. By reading this, you should know that there is some issue with message dot severity property. Straight away, you will go there and you will know that. It's message severity. Let me change it to 1, then save it, and then deploy again. Every time you do a change, it has to be deployed. Now let's see one more thing of this. Start here. Prop thing. You see the launch parameters. What is the launch parameter like? When you run a report, you get something prompts, right? Yes, same thing. In integration, you can give user that ability that when someone runs it, it should be prompted for some values. Like if you have run core connector worker integration, it has these dates parameter, right? Yes, same stuff here. But here we can configure our own. Let me show you now. Click on the plus here. You have three types here. One is the simple type, one is the reference type, and third is the animation type. Write simple type. Let's see. You give a name like what parameter do you want? I want it to be say a date or say from data. Then type you have to select. It's a date, then default value. If you want to give any, you can give. Else you can write then now say I want an enumeration type, right? You can give select value, right? Enumeration now type name. Here you say you can add the values. Here say Monday, Tuesday, I keep these three. And then you have another type, which is this one reference type. Here, say you want something from the tenant, right? A drop down from the workday values. For example, say you have gender, right? For gender, what will be the value in your tenant? You will have some configuration values, right? Say you want the user to choose that. In that case, what do? Is you click on this and then you can put your field or it's not here, but put it here in the name or just put craft name and then put gender and next it will search for all the gender fields related to that then and you can read the description general as gender associated with what gender. Associated with what gender of a worker. Let's check that. If I click on next, it says male, female, not declared. Yep, fine, finish. I'll say controls. I'll save it and then deploy it. Since as of now, I'm not implementing any functionality, I just want to show you how the launch parameters will look like now. It says failed. Its error returned 500 validation error. The entered value does not meet the restrictions defined for this field. Now, this kind of error is something very weird. You are getting it while deploying, right? What I can do is I can select the layer to add a new entry. Let me delete this one. Save it again and then deploy save. Select this and finish. Now let's see. Now it's deployed. I think this was an error. How do we hear? There is this preferences. I don't know. I'm also a window user, but this one is my personal one. It's not a window user, but that's fine. If you don't have it, you have to manually include it and then select this one and finish. Now see, let's try running it right. And this is your integration. Go to related action and then launch the data input. Once I click on, you see it is asking me the date inputs. Yep. And then here you see all the values which I gave as an immigration is coming and then and done. Then it will run the normal. Now the main logic that will happen is, say you have got this one, but then how to read this? Because if, say, the launch parameter is there, it will make sense only if you are using it in your logic somewhere, right? Else it is of no use. Now we will see, I think we'll start it tomorrow, of how to, what code to write there and all that stuff. If you know that in any general coding, we do this right handling. And if there is any error, we do handle that catching of errors right. For that one, there is a component, and you have to, whatever integration you're doing, you have to just drag and drop it here, no connection needed, and it's called global error handling. This one, you have to just drag and drop it here and next and finish. That's it. And to better make it look good, it's always put it in a swim lane. Yep, put it here and then just and name this swim lane as global error, right? What happens is, if, say, in case you have not done any error handling in this, some unacceptable handled error occurs. It will be handled via this and your integration will show that message. It's mostly about the delivered stuff and to make them again align. Now, if you see, the swim lane can also go anywhere. What normally we do is we have a master swim lane outside and then we put every swim lane into that, all right, and make it as vertical like this. In the global error handler and then the global error handler, two things always need to be there. And then my kind of stuff is, I generally fill a color in this one, probably an orange one, just to make sure that it is a error handler, or you can make it red and all that. Now, tomorrow, what we will start tomorrow is the basic understanding of how the message flows from in a studio from one component to another. We will spend good amount of time on that logic because that's the basic. That basic thing is not clear to most of the studio developers, but if you understand that, it will be very helpful in designing the integration. Normally, when you see these arrows, right, that means this is a flow of a message. Something will happen here and then it will go there. Something will happen and go there. In this, we will see how to declare variables, how to copy the message, and all that stuff. We will see that. And apart from the what else, yes, one more important stuff is exporting and importing our clerk. Exporting of a clerk is, if you have a tenant, right, you can directly go to your clerk there and then click on it. It will get downloaded, right. Now, wherever it is downloaded. You can go to your studio and then right click on your Project Explorer and import, and then again the browse and the same clerk selected, and it will get imported in your stuff. That's how you do it. When say an integration is developed by someone else, you can go to the Cloud Explorer. And now you can go to the Cloud Explorer and now you have to work on it. That's the one way of doing it right. What's the other way? You go to Cloud Explorer now, the tenant to which you are connected, right? You click on that arrow on the left. What it will show is all the integrations that are there in this tenant, all the studio integrations, right? And if you want to deploy one of them into or bring one of them into your Project Explorer, you just click on that, right click and import source. And now this cloud, once you click on finish, it will come into your clear file, how to import clouds, how to export clouds, how to see what all integrations are there in the tenant. Then the global error handler start here and it will put integration message. Now what I want you guys to do is try doing all these stuff, especially the put integration message, and put all the 4 types info, save it, deploy it, run it. Then warning, save it, deploy it and run error. Save, deploy, run. That way you will get to know stuff, and then also you'll get the fluency and the confidence of deploying and running. And one more thing is, yep, I forgot to tell, is you can run this from Studio itself. And then to run this, you have to go to your Cloud Explorer and find your integration, which is this one, right? Then again, click on this arrow, again this arrow, and then until you get to the start here, then do a right click and launch integration. Right now, launch integration. If there are launch, parameter will come up here and then you click on launch. Now it is launching. It is long now. You see the process monitor tab got opened automatically and it is saying processing and it completed. Now, if you double click on it, it will open up a log that what happened and all that stuff. That's it. Integration completed with warning. That the status is this right and this consolidated report viewer will show that load from workspace. It shows the component and the duration. Right now it is not. It is not, but then it will. That's fine that you can check that later, but that's how did you again to tell you if you go to Cloud Explorer, right? Go to the integration first. The tenant, go to the integration again. Click on that arrow until you get to start here, right? Click on that and then you will have the integration launch. This launch integration step. Try doing both running it from the tenant and running it from the studio. Now let's see some of the other components very frequently used. Main is for your understanding and let's do that. I want to go to the logging one. Log component. First of all, there are 2 types of components. One is these kind of components which can directly be dragged and dropped like FTP, HTTP, right? Get put integration message and all those. These are the ones which can directly be dragged and dropped. But there are few which cannot be like. If you see this log one, if you drag it, it will not go. Right? Because for them, we need a placeholder. Right? And for that, the component that we use is called mediation. Async mediation and sync mediation. We have 2. Right? Async is the most commonly used one, while async is Now let me see. Right? You have components like this, and then you connect it to them like this. Now, this is a very important concept. Right? You consider this as the studio components. This this is start here. Now say this is async mediation, right? And then say this one is what? Some put integration message, whatever. The flow of your integration goes from here till the end, right? Then what happens? Once the integration, the message flows from start here. The output of a start here will be a message. There will be some message at the end of this from here, and then that message is the input to this component. This component will do something. Finally, there will be some message which will come out and go to the put integration message. Then put integration message it will do its own stuff. And then once this is the end, right, what happens is message starts flowing backward. In the integration is a circle in this one. It starts from start here, execute everything, and then comes back. Right? This is a very important concept. Not everyone who does studio integrations is aware about this concept. This is clear that the message flows till the end and then comes back. Suppose there is an error in between here. Right. In this async mediation, say you have written some wrong syntax and all that stuff, then what will happen? The message will come here. Right. After this, what should happen is it should flow to put integration message, but since it got an error, it will start flowing backward. From here itself, it will come here. The processing will complete here. Now say there is another component here itself. There is said another component here we have used. Now there is an error here. Async mediation. We do error handling. We do capture errors and all that. We will see that if there is an error here, the error starts flowing backward. But if there is an error handler in this async mediation, it will catch that error and you can do whatever processing you want. Listen and understand the way we do it. We will see it. And then it comes back here. Let me go back to this. If you see here, async mediation, let's do this and I will remove this part first, async mediation. It will come here and then from async mediation. There are these components. We will see what each one of them does. Right now, what I am trying to show is the flow of message. From start here, the integration will start. It will come here. Right? Whatever is there in this component, the properties, it will execute that. Then it will go to log. Then it will go to this. And then to put integration message. After put integration message, the message will start flow back and come back to start here. And but if there is it starts processing here. Suppose you have an error in this component, some code or something, it will stop the processing, goes back. It will not go to this next one or even the next components. This is one. I will now remove this, remove it here, and bring out the sync mediation. Sync mediation. Have the same components in this. But then how this is different is you can do the processing. What will happen here is the message will start flowing, going to this one, execute it, then this, and then to put integration message after that. It will flow back. Right. While flowing back, this sync mediation will catch that message and you can do some stuff here, whatever you want. Now, you can do a store here, you can do a thing here, something like that, right? And this will execute and then it will come back. In the sense, it is just a way doing stuff. Now, similar thing you can do by two async mediations, right? What was happening after put integration message? If this is the last component, the message will start flowing backward. But if said you want to process anything after that, what you can do is put another async after that and connect it instead of while going back. The message will do something. You can do it in a single line itself. It is just up to you how you want to process. I have seen people using async mediation only. Some use a sync mediation. But both of them has the same purpose. Say what I was telling you was, suppose this one, right now it will first execute at start here, then go to async. Execute all the components which are there, then go to put integration message to the show the message on the event, error warning, whatever you have configured. After that, it will start flowing backward directly to start here. It will not execute again. The things which are there in async, it will go back directly. Only thing is, if you are using sync mediation, then you have two parts to it. Right. One is for this flow and one is for the backward flow. If you have that, then while coming back, it will go to this backward flow. But say if you want to execute it, you can put another async here. Right. What happens is after put integration message, it can go there. Either you can use this way or you can use this. No recommendation as such. It is just how. Because say if you have to write a code, there are different ways of doing it. If you give it to 3 people, they will write it differently. It's the same thing in Studio. If you give a same requirement to different people, everyone will have its own way of doing it. But there are some recommendations. But those recommendations are for the fast performance. And all those stuff, these kind of stuff are pretty bit standard. Now this part here, we have a log here. Let's start with the log one. What's a log component? If you see any component, best thing is to click and go to the property view, right? What it says is message builder, and it is, you see here, message content, and log is a log. What it will do is, it will print whatever is coming from the previous component, whatever message. As I told you, right? After every component, there is some message. That message will come here, and log will do nothing. It will just print it, right? Print it where? Print it in the log file of the integration. If you see here, it has by default the message content. And you can do your custom stuff as well. Create that. You have create exception. Line separator is for adding a new line. XPaths. We don't use it. You can print XLT in this one. But no you. Normally logs. Very important stuff. Are not recommended to be used in Studio. You can use it for your development. But when you move your integration to production, it should not have any log component. Because what log is doing is, it is just printing in the log file, meaning your log file is becoming bigger from a performance standpoint. Not recommended. But say if you are developing and you are in the build and you want to see and what is the output of my previous component, what is coming up here, what is the value of some variable, and all that stuff. There you use log. You have log. Now you have a message content here. Let me put a text. Right. You click on this and you can move it up and down like this, wherever you want. Now in the text, I can put it here. Anything here. I am just putting it, just that I know in the log file. Log put. And I will put start here. And then at the end, I will put another one and I will say end. I can put this line separator as well. That it will not be in a single line. It will come up in a separate. I have a line separator and this and then this. I am saving it and let me deploy it. And let's good call. Let me now do it here. Where is the preference? This is different. This Chrome. That's fine. And it repeat. Then conclude. Select. Finish. There are two ways. Either you run it from here or you run it from the front end. I Test Studio. Go to that start here. Click launch integration. Launch. Launch. It is preparing. And it's completed with warning. Now if I double click it, it will show me the log file. You see here. This is our logo. What it is having, it is just having basic name of the integration, the username, who started this, and that's it. There is nothing useful. Right. That's it. Because it's a basic stuff. We are not doing anything. It's just a start here, component integration triggered. And then you have a log, and that's it. Now let's use another component, which is called a write component, and put it here. Now, what does a write component do? As the name says, it writes into what? Writes into your message, whatever you will do in the write. will be in your message. I go to this one. And for each component, say this component, that component, and all that. The input is by default the message, which is coming from the previous component. Now for this one, the output was that. What was in the message? It is just that. Integration name and XML having the integration name, who initiated and all that, which is of no use. After this, we normally do either retrieving a file or either calling a report or either calling a web service that we get something and then we start processing, right? We will do that. But first, let's understand the concept. Now let's see the right step, right? If you go to the advanced tab of write, what it is, not in the comment step, you see the input. Input to this write step is a message. Output is also the message. Meaning, whatever is coming from the previous component is input to this one. And whatever you do in this, that will become again the message. Now let me show you how. In the message builder, by default it is message content, meaning whatever is coming from the previous one, I don't want it. I will delete it. And let me put a text here. And in the text, I am putting same LL. Right. I put it. I one. Then we have client, employer, confor, employed. This is just a sample message I have. Now what will happen? Let me copy this. Paste. Copy this and click on this async and paste and put it. Now you see, it will be clear to you now. After the integration start here, I have put a log. Now what this log is saying, log output start. Log output, what I will do is, just to make sure, since we have two logs, I will put 3, 4 and here also, I will put conf4. This is the first log, means it is printing the message content. The start here component. Then I have the write content, which is doing this. And after write content, I am printing the message content, right? The message content. This is the same log. Now let's see how the message change. Did you get what I am saying? This log will print the message after this, and this log will print the message after write. I will save it and I will deploy it. Again, if you see, the common thing of it, input to the write step is message and output is also message. That's why it changed. Message content. Now, if you see the options, you have mess, root path, warrior, right? Generally, we play with two options, either message or read. Consider a scenario where after you have to do some more processing. Then what will happen? The message content will change. Let me give you an example. Suppose here, after this integration start, you got this message. which is that you want to store it. What we do normally is we have a step called copy step, and you put it here. What it does is it asks you what is the input, where should I copy it. If I input is the message meaning whatever is coming from the previous one, output is a variable, all right? And you have to give the name of the variable. Let me say it. Whatever you want to give the name, right? What does this mean? Now this variable called as stores the message. This one. Now let me put this after this log. And we have here message content. Now see the magic. This log. Now tell me what it will be. This log has a message content here, right? Because the log thing, if you see the comment, the input is the message. That's why this log will print the message, whatever is coming in. Now in the second log, what I will do is, if I keep it as is, it will again print the same thing, right? Because log doesn't change. The message content, log just prints it. Whatever message content was there, it will print the same thing twice. Now say the requirement is you want to print the message or you want to do some processing with the message, which was there originally in the start. Coming from here, if you remember what we did a copy to a variable. What we can do here, in this one, let me first show you this way. Let's deploy this. In the current state, what it will do is, it will print the same message 2 times. Both of them has input as message, and after the write step, we have that Cloud Explorer. And let me log. Act processing. Completed with warning. Now if I open this, and if you see, both of them has the same content. This one also has root. This one also has root. Now what I'll do is, I'll just do a small change. I go to show property view. In the comment tab, instead of input as a message, I will change it to variable and put my variable name here as data. This was the name. I gave you data. And now here I have data. I will just save it. That's what the copy step is doing. It is copying that content, which is coming from this, storing it in a variable. Now if I will run, and this time, it will be content from the start here. Completed with warning. If you see, the first one has the content of write, and the second one has the content of that start here. Oh, clear about this concept that the message flows from one component to another. But if you want to change it, then you can change it on the properties of any component. In the comment tab, in output, run. And then the write output. See here now. What we are doing here is, in the copy step, whatever message is coming, we are storing it in a variable called date. Now in the right step, my input is a message, output is a message. I will change it to variable and I will say add. Now in this log, I am printing the message and in this one, I am printing say that. You see here, as I told you, what happens is message flows. Right. Message will flow and get changed. Only you are not messing around with the input output thing. Let me just wait for this to complete. Now my guest says this has, where is it? Properties. This one is printing message content. This one is also printing message content, but here the input is web of data and this is data. This is day 2. Whatever is in the content of right, which is this. What is happening here is, understand, in the right, this becomes the message. Right. But in the comment tab, you see, output goes to variable, whatever message. Right. Will go to a variable. Date will have that. The out, the message will be the sig, whatever is there before, which is the output of start here. In this one, it will print that start here stuff. And in this one, it will have that process monitor. It is still. Wait. I just want to show you from the front end also. This is the last event we ran long before. How to see the log files. Right here it is. There is a button called retrieve log files. Right. And you click on this, click on, and there you go. This is the server log. That server log is something which is that. Yeah. Having that. It is complete. Now if I open, you see the first one is that start here stuff and second is the root. Right. Why said? Because second is printing what? Right. Variable and is coming from the output of this right step. The output of right step is variable. It is not message. That means the message will remain unchanged. Statement which I mentioned, that message flows from one component to another and it gets changed if there is any processing holds only input and output, both are message. But if you change it to variable, then that whatever update that right step is doing will get stored in data2, but the original message will flow back to this log. This is a very important concept because you need to know what is happening in each one of them. Now that you are clear about this, let's check another component, which is to CV. And let me delete this copy here. Write C suite. As the name says, it converts message into GL. What is CV? CSV is a comma separated file. For example, in the right step, I will do that. Employee ID. What else? Post centered. Company. Employer. name, post center, company. Then you have it. This is a comma separated method. I will just save it. Now after this, you see, let me put a log before this and a log after this. In this log, it is printing the message content. I will just go to advanced com, input is message. That's fine. And it's printing message. This one. I will go to comma, input is variable. I will just make it message again, which is by default stuff. This is C message, message. This is message, and I will make it message, message. It is all normal, right? What is happening is start here. You have a write component. In the write component, you have your message printed, which is a comma separated. After that, I am printing a log. Now the log should print whatever is the output of write, which is what? Because if you see mess, message will get changed and it will become this one. This will get printed here. CSV. Now let's see how this will work. It will convert it into XML and then in the log it will get printed because the command says message is the input. Whatever is the output of this is also a message. Will come here. That's it. Right? And let me change this. That now we see it as sec control. And it's deploy Cloud Explorer. I'll go here and launch. Completed. Now if I double click, now you see the output. First log says the CV and the second one says the email. Now how do we see this? XML. Right. Go to the end of it. Now there's another way of opening an XML. In this project itself, you can say it. Oh, and then select, go to the bottom, XML file. Finish. Right. Source. Control. To do that, you what you see here is it is printing the header as well as the date. Right. Column, column. You see that? I don't want that because this is a header. It's not data. It's coming as a data. We can do is go ahead, go to the suite tool and see the property of this. Right. If you see here, column names, you can give column names. But since our first row is the header, you see this last column. It says first line as header. By default, it is false. If you hover on this, right, the default value is false. We have to make it true. Just make it. But if you just want this to use that, make it true. And if you say, I don't know what to do, just click on help and it will tell you all the properties of what this component has. Let me then deploy and see. Act and complete it. If I open now, and if you see, now it is having the tags as this. I copy this and I will show you the difference. You see, before it was having column as the tag name. Now it is having employer because we have selected use first row as header. Using the first row as the header tags of the that's this component for you. And then you have the reverse of this as well. You have C-suite, which just will do the opposite of it, right? These two components are that. Similar to that, we have others which are L2 and JSON to L, which is just the opposite of this. Clear on this? Cool then. Happy Workday. Now, today what I'll do is I will share the real-time examples and we will go from there. This is one of the studio that I have. Now what I want to do is, let's go a little more deeper. Say, this is what we have done till now. We have the start here, component. And then we have done some launch parameters. Now to use them, we need to. First thing is to fetch that launch parameter in some variable. Yeah. After start, here we have this component called eval. If you search for eval, it will come up and you can drag and drop eval. You can rename it whatever you want. Like in my case, I've written it. The name has launch parameter. Now, when you open that expressions, right, this is the place. Let me show you this new one, right? When you drag and drop a new one, it comes up like this and you click on plus. It gives you this blank space here, right? This is the place where you write your one-liner codes. Right. And what those one-liner codes are? They are nothing but MBEL expressions, which are also open source. These are the basic syntaxes here and all that stuff, whatever you do. Now let me show how we do it. First thing is which is called a variable is called a property. To declare you just write props. Short form of properties is props. And in Studio there is this helper write. You don't have to write everything. You just write PR and then do control space. And it opens up like this. Then you can double click and it just populate. You see this my prop name. This is the name of the variable. You can keep it whatever you want, like update. Prop date means it is creating a variable with the name date. Now what you can do is you can assign any value here, right? I saying like say this is the value in this. Similar to that. Similarly, you can add another one, create another variable. My prop name 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. That's how you assign variable value to the variable. Now, in our case, what we have to do is we have to fetch the value of the launch parameter. Right. Launch parameter short form is LP. UppTalk control space. Now it gives you all the functions. Right. It'll look at if your launch parameter is of type date, right, you choose. You have chosen date. Then you choose lp.getDate. If it's simple one, lp.simpleData. Like say for example here, if you see in my start here, I have launch parameter as from date and to date. Both are date time. What I will write here is lp dot get simple data from date. Right. Here, what I'm doing is I'm getting it as data because my requirement was different. I wanted it to change the time zone and all that stuff. This is a complicated stuff here. Don't look at it as you will get confused. This is all copied from Google. Not too afraid. Right. LP dot get simple data and then you give the value. What I am doing here is in the chat of this Zoom. I am pasting these formats. If, for example, you have given, oh, let's do that. I am the demo one. What's that? Demo one. See, this has all this kind of stuff. I delete that. Connect it to this one. Info sum. Start here. What's the name? Test. Once parameter is from red, run for full file. Let me add another one here. Whatever. User ID and I give it as text and save it. Now in the evil expression, I have employee status. Active employee status is what is this prop status? Delete. My first launch parameter is saved from date. Right? I will come here. I will say props control space choose is equal to lp dot get. Get it. And then in the label, what you have to do is you have to choose the name of your launch parameter. Then I will also here from date. Alright. The other one is to date. I will copy this. Come here. Instead of from date, I will do it this. And here it will be. You have to be very careful with these codes and all that. If there is anything missing, it will give you an error. And it will. Sometimes it doesn't show it. You will be able to deploy it, but when you run it, it will be error. And then you'll not be able to find out the name of this full file. User I'll fix. You now. I saved it. Now say if I want to display it right. What I will do is I will have my log component. I'll put it here. But what this log will show, this evil is just populating the variables, right? It is not changing the message. Whatever message was their message is the same. It is just an extra stuff of populating some variables, right? That means after this evil, the message is the same whatever was before evil because evil is not doing any manipulation on the message, right? In the log, you by default have message content, right? If I make this one, this message content will have what it will just have the name of that integration and the user and all that stuff. What I have to do is I have to put a text stuff, right? And in this text stuff, now here, I have to put the variable like in your normal coding. You display variable, right, what the value is, right? You just whatever text you write here will get displayed in the log file, right? Here say if I want the my first thing, which is this props from it, right? I can write here like this from date is equal to this is since it's in black, right? All that it's a normal text. It will print as is right now. I want to show the value of it. What you do is here you see embell, click on this embell and just paste your props. Click on and it will do the auto syntax LSV. The way to do it is if it's to date, right? You go there and what's we call P control C in the log. Here the syntax is at the rate curly brackets and then you put this one. But again you might miss a bracket or something. The best way is you keep copy this, come here and then user it is equal to click on the symbol and paste your stuff there and it will automatically do that. The last one is right. Even though I have given it like this, it will just print it as is right. Now let me deploy this one. What's the name of this? Incident test. What's the error? There are integration attributes enabled for this. I think now there is this service which is enabled and it's required. We haven't covered it yet. Let me delete it and then deploy it again. Now we have to specify first 25th node text is something, this one. Error good. Now if you see it says loop detected the local, see the consolidated report integration field. Now if you see it saying reference this, what is that? All the time it says loop detected in the local. Now I will answer it again when I start to give to the store on a OBU 3 video if I read. But again, we have asked. Let's see. It says, see the consolidated report for further report, right? The way we do it is you go ahead, you see her view, consolidated report and log, you click on that and then it's done. This is the consolidated, right? You download it and then showing folder sync, opening it, opening right. It is a file like this, but again it is saying the same error, integration failed, terminated. Let me just try running it again. It just tells you which component. It tells us like, can you show the composite report? Right, there you have. Just search for error underscore raised right error and the raise will give you put integration property. Oh, what was happening was this property is required, but this is not set right. That means that in our studio, this properties, which was summary, it was blank, right? That's what the error. That means our variable declaration is correct. And that's why it went till that phase, else it would have got the error till before that itself. This is processing, should complete in seconds. 3 block files. This is the server log. Here you go right, this is what we have entered. That's how you get it now. What the functionality will be is now you have got this, the value in your variable right. You have to be able to get the value in your variable right. Later on in the processing, whenever it is needed, you will call this variable and get the value. Now let's see another service, which was we have seen launch parameter. We got that. And then is this attribute and map service, very important one, right? We give a name here, attribute service, whatever. And if you have seen on the connector or on other integration, we do have integration attributes and integration maps which you set up. Yes, right? What does those normally have? Right on attributes. This is a very important thing for removing the hard coding, very important concept. Say, for example, you are calling an API. Say a vendor has given you an API which you have to call and it has a OL. There is a user aid, there is a password, right? One way is you code it in your stuff here, right? You pop, create a variable, or you directly hard code that variable, the value, the username and the password there and all that, right? In that case, what will happen is, say, there is a policy that after every 90 days the password will change. In that case, what you have to do is, after every 90 days, you have to come open the studio, change the variable, then deploy it again. And that's not a good practice, right? That's a bad one because you're doing a hard coding there. What's the way? The way is using this attribute and maps. What we do is in attributes, you just declare again its similar type as you have in launch parameter, right? Simple type enumeration and your reference. Say now, this is the one here. My first is user id. Right now I can choose, it's a text. Again, there is another button here. If you click on that, it will say it is required for launch or display it as password, right? Required for launch. If I check this, that means when I will deploy it, integration. You cannot run this integration unless you configure this value because it's required, right? Now another. I did another one, which is say password, and then say another one is all, again, it will be the text and that's it, right? Now I will save it and deploy it. Let me show you first how the integration looks right now. If you see integration, if you see this integration attributes, it has nothing there, right? Only one value, which is Y default one. Now let me deploy it and then we will see how it looks. It's deployed. Now, if I click it, it is showing me error, saying you there are attributes which are required for launch. And what does this mean? Now I have these three attributes here, user id, password, and URL. This is required for launch, right? Now it is out from the code. Now it is out from the code and then you can see the password and password is in the password, right? You come here. Integration system, configure integration attribute. You have to just come here. First is the user id, then you give password and password was in the password form. I didn't do that, but that is something. We have to enable it as password. Yes, cool. And //test.com. This is how you set up this attribute. Set please. Now what we'll do is say in our studio, we have to call it right. This is how we get it from the launch parameter. Now we have a similar way of fetching it from the attributes. It is again, you will do a props right. Say you want to see get the user id is equal to insys dot get attribute. Again, this is one right. INSYS stands for Integration System. Look first right. INSYS why we are doing indices because it is on the integration itself. Integration system. Right, you see this integration system. This is configured here as an attribute. That's why the syntax is INSYS.getAttribute. And then you give the name of your attribute which you have configured. If you have to do it in the code and then you have to display it, you know how to do it in the log. Just put this variable and then add the rate props. The things remain the same. This was this in the services password right. You come here and say display as password, right? That's the best way because password nobody should see. When you do this, it will. That star 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 thing will come up. Nobody will be able to see that. Then comes the maps. Now what are maps? Say the thing is if it's an integration where the requirement is in Workday, if the value is male, the output should be L. If it is female, you need to put it as. What's the way to do it? The way is you if it is. If it is, you can see if it is a valid condition in the code. Write if gender is equal to male, send. If gender is equal to female, then this value is F. But if you see it's a hard coding again, say the vendor later on says, change it female, send me fee, NOF. Again, you have to go to the code and do that stuff, right? That's why this thing comes up. This map say I give it the name as gender, right? And it is text. And this one is the output type is also text. Again, simple type and numeration, time you select. If you want from Workday, right? Let me first give it as a random text stuff, which is equivalent to say bank account, for example. The other one is gender. Now hit this one I want from Workday. I will select class report feed. And when you select on this again, you choose gender and next, next, next and finish, and external type is text. Let's say keep it and just save it. I will deploy it. And you see the difference. Undefined stuff, nope. I think I don't have the access for the gender stuff. That's that happened earlier as well. In this one, I will remove that part just here and let me show you with this one. But you can try on your own for the class report field. It is similar to how you did for launch parameter and all that. Now it should be deployed. Now if I click on it, you will see another tab here, which is now for maps and attributes. Now if you see here, the password is now star star star, right? You cannot see it. Then comes map. Now you have this bank account map. How to configure that is, you go to integration system, configure integration maps. Now the requirement is of say, if the bank account in Workday is 1000, the output should be 1, 2, 3, 4. If in Workday the bank account is 2000, the output should be 4567. It is 3000, then value should be 9876 like evaluated expression, correct? That way you don't do a hard coding of if this, then send this and all that, nothing. The way this works is you will get, and when we will do the use cases, it will be clear. But as of now, you understand how we do this now. The way you get the key, and let me open an integration which has this part sequence generator attributes. This is get attribute stuff. This is the map reverse lookup thing. I think reverse lookup is the opposite. No, ignore, don't get afraid. What was our? Let's say the property name is bank account right now. Bank account right now. Sys.getMap. What was that? Get even, I forget that. Integration, full integration is this stuff. Is this in sys.integration map space? Now you see here integration map. Yes, gets maps, integration map lookup type, and all that stuff. Map. You see this map lookup, right? As this says what is the map name and you pass the key. What does this mean? If you see here what is our map name, I go to here the map name. Right? You put here the map name as bank account. What is the key? Key meaning corresponding to what you want to know the value, right? This is the key, 1000. Now, if you pass here 1000, this bank account will have 1, 2, 3, 4. And the other thing which I was having on the other one, right? Let's say now I do it props, just I'll do bank. And why we are hard coding here is I will tell you reverse. Now you will understand. Here is external value, right? It's just the opposite. Then it will give 1000. It is just on the functionality part, right? First is you pass internal value and you get the external value. That is normal integration map lookup. But if you want to pass 4, 5, 6, 7 and want to get 2000, then you do a reverse lookup. And now you are saying we are passing the hard coded one. Yes, just to show you, but in the ideal condition it will be available. We will just give this copy, this one, and instead of this, you will just use this. These two are very important meaning in terms of removing the hard coding and all that. Cool then. Thank you. What I was doing was I was creating a simple file, right? 1, 2, 3. Last time we did it via right step. Let's do it this time in the, and this is a real scenario. Right. There you get. Say this is the stuff, right? Let me just save it on my downloads. What I was saying was, let's do a use case of now reading a file. Right? For that, we have this get event documents as a component. And you use that. And finish. After that, here let me put a log before it. I've just done this. Just included a get event documents. That's it. I think after this we have to do another step. Copying the file. Get event documents. What it does is when you run your integration right, you have a retrieval step first. The retrieval step will have FTP and all that. From there it will fetch the file. Whatever file you have fetched will come here directly. And say if it is. If the requirement is that there can be multiple files. Right. In that case, we use a component called A. We put it here. And in the road, we use the doc iterator stuff. There is, every road has a strategy. And delete it. Right. Doc iterator is something that we use. And it comes when you just drag and drop a route. And just put your mouse on this. You get this third last stuff here, which is create document iterator. Document iterator. What it does is, as the name says, document iterator. It iterates through different documents, right? And then what's the use case whenever you see this? This means that your integration can process multiple files. Even though, say, you have one file. That's it. Then also, it is good to have this component there. I think this is the advantage of, one of the advantage of and then this one. If you come to this here, let me open another one, which will help us in this one. Variable name. What happens is, get event documents will fetch the file. It will come to this component and in this route, right? The output of this is a variable. And if you click on this, what it says, the default variable name, value, retrieve variable. Mean if you don't give anything here, the variable name is retrieve variable. But if you give your own, then you can give your input file is my variable. That means what happens is, after whatever, after get event documents, the first file which will come will get stored in this input, and then it will go ahead, do the processing. Once the processing complete, it will come back again. You will see if there is another file, it will send the file to this route. It will do the processing at till the time all the files which are there are done. And we can do it. Let's see this. document accessor, and the file name. As and we will see this. What I was saying was when the file comes, it gets to this document iterator, and document iterator stores it in this variable, right? That means after this root, what is there in the message? Nothing. Still a start here part because the message, the content is in this variable. What we have to do is, if you want to put it in A, if you want to store it, then what you can do is in the log, instead of the input to log as message, you can make it a variable and then use the same variable name as you have here. And after that, we have put integration message. This is, we read a file. Let's do this part. Let me open that. Let no to the tenant. Let me deploy it first. If you see on the start here, one way people do is they do the retrieval service here. Delivery and retrieval here are not recommended. We don't do retrieval and delivery here. If you want, if we can configure FTP, we can directly retro from here. The here, you are just declaring the service. That's it. You are not configuring FTP here. It is just the name of the service that it will get enabled, right? This is our test demo. Why is it an error? Because this one has this part here. Delete this control. Now I'll it what it has to say. Finish. It's deployed. And then what was our name? This, right? And then if you see, it has the attributes and map and all that stuff. Now we need to configure a business process because we have to, if we directly run it, there will be no document. It will start running it. What we have to do is we have to create copy a business process. Just click on. It will have, and then step will be fire integration. What you need is both firing of integration. You need to have S, and you'll make it. And this new step will be a serve, and you will specify document retrieval and click on, and then you will configure this part here. It is saying configure it. What will happen is now when you will trigger the integration, the next step will be document retrieval, and after that file integration, document retrieval If you click on, this is the place where you do your safety configuration and all that stuff. Since we are doing our stuff, we don't have safety. What I will do, I will say manually attach the file. I will give the group name integration admin, and that means when you will run this integration, uh, 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 will get an option. Take attaching the file. No other get the URL which I am using is an integration. When I will launch this integration, these are the log parameters, whatever. I have. It says add. Let me select download. I select which we just treated, and then I will set completed. Integration will start running. It completed, or it let the retrieve. Diff- what does that mean? That we have there was no hard coding. Well, we have the right step, right? Instead of right step, we have get event document, which is now fetching the file from an actual server. This is an actual use case. Wherever you will see it, any integration in your tenant, which is inbound, will have this get event documents and will have a route component with data rater. In this case, we have contribute the business process that we have attached the file manually. Otherwise, if you do the, it will directly fetch the file from here. It will directly fetch it from there. What we do, a normal set things that we do. Validate expression. Something that we do, which is what is df. Let me come up, right? If you see this part, variable name. Whenever you do this, get event documents, the document is part of document accessor. That is what you call something involved. The it's document. Short form is D8. Document accessor. When we were writing that code, right? Forget it. Forget it. Getting the value from launch parameter. It was get it. Forgetting it from the attribute, which was get attribute, right? Integration system. Similar for fetching it from the document which you have retrieved Do you not? Gives you how many files are there. This thing will give you how many files are there, right? As part of our basic check, we see whether is greater than, right? It has to be greater than. Then you will say it. Go ahead. That's one, that part, and oh, you can. The name, the file, which is that he could. Let's put this E, and you put that means the first whatever you have there. We should it to be num message builder number. Let lo. I will leave all of them as blank. These two are important. What do I need to give all? And uh, at and I will select the one and let me add another one. I can add multiple files here, right? Let me do this. I do I have any test file? Able. This was that. Download. Right. I will select. I have just made a copy of that and that we have two files. it completed successfully. Let's retrieve the log files and see how it is. Before that, let's see what we put it in the log. We have the name of file, number of file. We have the size is number of file and the file name. We are getting only the first file name. Let's see that. We have got the message, number of file. You see two. And then this is the first file name. In filer, we are giving the number. The number represents the number of files we are trying to. If I want to fix second number, I have and then there is second file with name B. If you do file name by ascending, then you will first process and then B. And if you do descending, you'll process B first and then. You have this option here. Labels is for what Workday tools, integration, message, content. For example, in tenant, you may wish to label all payment files. I would be able to do that. This is just for tagging off that document. Whatever you are retrieving, if you want to tag them as say by giving any label that this is a payment file, this is in that file but not used. This is clear right now. Get even documents and then the doc iterator output will be a variable. If you don't give anything, it will be word.variable, word.retrieve.variable. Yes, that means after this, the data is in the variable. That's why you have to either use a copy step if you want to put that message in the message right. This is again the same concept that we have done. You do a copy, put the copy here, and then the input of the copy will be variable and the output will be message. What will be the variable? Variable is this name. That's the input to this copy. Copy is now doing whatever is in this variable. Put that all in the message. That means now in our log, we had the input as variable. Now, if you make it message again, it will show that the content of the file. We have done this eval. Then let's do this concept of error handling. That is important. One up, we have done error handling as part of this right global error handler. You just drag and drop that. Yes, yes. Other thing we do error handling is in the async mediation. Whatever async mediation you have in your assembly, those should by default have a send error component. If you see here creates an error, just put your mouse on this. You have send error, send error. If you click on that, it adds this component, right? Attach it to this. Yes, now what it does is that whenever there is an error in this async mediation, what happens normally? The message starts flowing backward, right? Yes, I told you. Yes, it starts going backward in order to handle that error. Right? It starts going backward till the end, and if nothing is there, it comes to global error handler. That's how it is. But if you want to capture it because you know what the error is right, what we do is we specifically put that message. In this case, what we do is we use put integration message right here and finish, and then let me do a swim lane just to align it. I will now put this part into this, make it vertical and put this put integration message here. Now, if you see this put integration message which we have in the end, it is showing us that, yep, it is completed successfully. It's an information meaning when the flow will come till this put integration message user will get to know that integration completed right now. In this part, if there is a send error right now, send error will send the error message to one component. In that case, what we are doing is we are sending the message to a put integration message here now. Here, we know that whenever the flow will come from send error, that means it's not an info, it's always an error. Error or a warning, depending on your use case, right? And then summary is the message. Whatever message you want to say, like say error in async mediation, right? This is a custom message which you are displaying, but if you want to display Workday delivered message as well, right? What you do is you do a plus mark here, which is concatenation, and there is this context dot error message, right? Now what I'll do is let me save it and I will put an error. I am putting a wrong syntax in the Sensei get attribute, get integration map. Look up. Now I'm saying this integration map. Look up and I'm just keeping it to map name. Map name I have to specify, right? You remember last time, whatever map name is there, you have to give it. Right now I'm just keeping it as is. That means this map name doesn't exist. It will give an error. Now let's see. What will happen is whenever. Now, when error is here in this async mediation, if the error happens here, message starts flowing backward, right? But here you have send error. It's just like that mouse trap you have right at homes. Yes, if the mouse comes in, that's it. It is caught. Same thing here. This is a kind of a trap you have for the error. In any case, if error happens or come in any component, we have this. It will catch that error and it will not allow it to go backward. It will catch that, send the flow to this, put integration message and input integration message. You have error. You will write your custom message and you will also have your workday delivered, which is context. Let me do a save here and then let's deploy it and see it's deployed, and let me take duration launch. Next time we'll change it, attach document, attach test file. Oh, again it completed. it completed with errors this time, right? Yes. Now if you see the message says error in async mediation. This was our custom message. And after that, you have this message index, one size one, some bullshit which will be destroyed. Yes. Now you got to know that that error is in the sensing mediation. Right now you can see. But if you want to know the exact detail, in that case, what you have to do is you have to download the consolidated. In that you search for error_raised. This is the consolidated report. This is the control F error_raised. Right, this is it. Now it says error eval step 8. This here is the syntax props name of file failed to evaluate, unable to resolve property. That means it is going one up. This one, yes, then you get to know and then you resolve it. That's how it works. Now comes the part where I want a basic error handling, which you will see in every integration, right? If you see here, this is the die.size you want your. After this process, you will have many other components, right? You want to load data into Workday and all that. You will have some web service and all those stuff, yes, but you will do only that only then when you get a file. Right. If say there is no file, then what should happen? Right? You want to catch that error. That if there is no file on CFP, what should we do? Right. In that case, what we normally do is there is a component called validate expression. What validate expression does is invalidate expression. Again, you click on plus and you write some if conditions or a conditional statement, right? Like the most common one is this one, d.size. You know what is d.size, right? Dat.size gives you the number of files. It says that if the dot size is greater than 0, then go to the next component. But if not, then send error. Then go to send error. Whatever you will write in validate expression, it will validate that particular expression. If it is true, then only it will go to the next component or it will go to the next expression. Say you can have multiple expressions here, right? It will execute each one by one, right? First this one, then second, then third. If any one of them is getting an error, it will go to send error. But if all are true, then it will go to the next component. Here, what we do is we do the dot size greater than 0. Now here comes the failure message. Whatever you will write here, write it becomes. Right, no file on CFP. Right now, whatever you write here becomes the context.error message. Right meaning whatever you are writing here, the failure message. This means you're overriding Workday's context.error message. If you want, we can place here also, you can leave it blank as well. No, if I want Workday error message also, then can we concatenate using place as we did in the previous step? Yes, you can. And here we have it, the error in async mediation context.error message. right? We cannot do this part here because since we are attaching the file manually, we have to attach a file, else we cannot run it. We can do a reverse of it, that it has to be less than 1, meaning it will always fail. If you attach a file, the dot size will be 1 and this condition will fail, right? I'm just showing you that we can see the error, right? But before that, what I will do is I will remove these launch parameters. Save, and then let me deploy it. That's you. Completed with error and error in async mediation, failed to find parameter data named from it. It gave another error. What error it gave is in eval we have no launch parameter, but we are using logit date, right? That error message got caught here. It's saying failed to find parameter data named from date. This is the from date. Now, if you will remove this one, it will give error on this to date. If you remove this one, it will give error on run for 5. We have to delete all of them. Like this. Tell me you are my own this. You are saying this true and false. Yes, if you do that, if we give the condition like the year dot size greater than 0, and if we try make it false, that's right. You can. That's what I want you to try different stuff. And let's it completed with error. Now it says it's right, error in async mediation. And the context.error message became what we gave in that no file on Ceph Pride. That's how you catch errors. Yes. One important property also that you always have to remember and do, it is in the properties of async mediation in the advanced tab. You have handled downstream errors. You have to always check that as true. By default it is false, but you have to make it true always. What does that means is if say there is an error after the async mediation, right? Suppose there is an error here, right? what will happen is the error will start moving backward, right? But here in this property, we have handle downstream error as true, meaning it says keep your trap on if there is any rat coming from outside. Also, not only inside your house, but also from outside your house. If anything is crossing, catch that. That's what we always make sure that we do handle downstream error as true. What we have done today is we have done the how to read, fetch the file, multiple files, name of the files, number of the files, and then what is validate expression. What does it do? And then also the send error component on an async mediation, right? Whenever you have some components and inside async mediation which are doing some processing, always send error should be there, and it should be having a photo integration message or say something else that we will see later on. It can have another async here. Main thing is what it is telling is whenever you have got the error. Now your send error has got the error. What you need to do is up to you. Either you kill it or you give it another chance, right? Here we are killing it. And that's the basic of this one. It's a delivered component which is built on top of local out. You don't have to have a local in for this. It's a separate thing. It's a separate component. Altogether put integration message. Yes, yep, this one, yes. And then let me see what other component is there. Copy validate expression. Validate is far is fine. On zip store you can. Can we write JavaScript in this? There is a component called JavaScript. You can. You have this custom stuff here. Put custom here. And here you have to write the Spring Beam, right? Create Spring. And you can write that coding here. No, I have seen a component like JavaScript. Let's just get up this one. Yes, that's what process a message using JavaScript. You can write JavaScript for the incoming. What you need to make sure is say when you drag it here, what will be the input to this? You know the message, right? Whatever is coming will be the input to this one. Once you know what is it, you can write a code to handle that. That's Today we will see how to call a report in Studio. For that, what component we use is that we will see. But first you know how to create a report. Create a custom report. And then yup, that's one. Let me give the int test underscore RP. It has to be always advanced and it has to be always web service enabled. Right, say let me keep as a report on supplier invoice. A random one. Because our stuff is to fetch the data. Say I want to know. It can be any report. This is based on the requirement. come with me. Me, and where is this? Whatever I. And then let me do and run this, what it is saying. That's how many. That's fours and rows. Let me create. You are from HCMan, right? Let's create that HCMem one that you can relate to it. I'm from integration actually, but HCMem background, right? They went terminated. You might be knowing about this all-time favorite data source. Employee ID is one and I will take the legal name as second. Then we say date of birth. Side. The alert it is giving is that this tag name is becoming too long. That's why. Now this is giving 2 cents. That's fine. And then share and advance. Let me see. That's fine. I'll copy this report, name of text and studio. Here it is. Are you able to see the studio? Right now to call a report. Right. The component that we use is what's the component? Do you know? It is in large parameters we used to. No need. Directly here. If you see here Workday out, rest, right? There is a service here which you see a report service. This one. No need to do this. It will automatically come here. You drag and drop this Workday out rest. Now it's saying the extra path from here. You have to select the report. Just click on this R and select the tenant which you're using web service enabled, and then just write the name of your report. And it will select, click on next, and report alias you have to give. You can give what? Just RPT, whatever you want to give, and finish. Now it automatically creates this one. Now, if I go to this report service, it already created automatically. No need to do this. It will automatically create. Now what I will do is I will connect my start here to this one. And let me see what do I have if I have any launch parameter. Let me delete that. Control S, Workday out. I will connect it to here, and in the right step, I'll make it delete log. Let me do a log here, which is doing the message content and nothing else. Right. Whatever is the output of this report, right? This component, what it will do is it will call that report, and then whatever data it will get the XML, right? And I'm printing that XML here just for you to show. I will delete others, and let's do one thing more. What's there in this? This is info. That's fine. Let's see another component which is called store step, right? What store step? Does store step create a file and put it on the integration event? Right now, if you see, whenever we are running our integrations, it is printing in the log. It's just printing in the log, which is not a deliverable, meaning nobody sees the log apart from the integration team, right? Let's say if you have to generate a file, this is the way you do the store step. Now again, you see what's the input to the store. Input is the message and messages. What is the output of this report? What it is doing is it will fetch that report. Now you can put here the title. Title is the name of the file, and you can say whatever you want to give the report output XML or whatever. Let me say do this expires in is again. It's like the document retention policy. You can put P7D, which means if I put it like this, P1D, it means the document, the file which will be there, can only be downloaded from the tenant only for 1 day. After that, it will expire. You will not be able to download. And again, it has its attachment. We don't touch all that stuff. It is just that we give the name and that's it. Now I'm saving it. What this is now doing is we have a Workday out REST component, and the way to remember is Workday out REST has REST R for report, R for REST. That means to call a Workday report, you use the component or the REST. Right? This one was covered in the last class. It is error handling. Every async mediation will have a sender or component with. What it will do is if there is any error in any of these two component other, and then the message going backward and going to global error handler, it will get caught here. And then whatever flow is there for sender, it's going to this part. And if you see here, it is saying error and summaries error in async mediation and context got error message, gives the vote. They delivered error message. Whatever error message was there, it will come up is a normal straight flow, which will be the end of saying configuration complete. We know all the Workday reports are by default REST. Now, when I say REST, REST means it's a single URL. It doesn't have a payload in the sense. It's just like a website. You have to call that in your browser and you will get the data. No, no extra coding is needed for that. You give only thing is username and password like the credential or the security. That's it. You don't need anything else, but SOAP is something where you have a request message and you have a proper wisdom, which is a link. You pass your message to that link, and that link will then give you the response back. SOAP is when we have to use the Workday delivered web services. Those are by default SOAP. And for that, we have Workday Out SOAP as the component. Now we will see it. Once we do the Workday Out SOAP, you will see payload, a good payload, right? About when we'll do the SOAP web services. That's when that will come up. Now let me deploy this and run. What will happen? Let's see. Project Test Studio 1 contains error. What is the error? This file has an error. Now let me deploy. Deployed. Now let me see our studio here. Instance in test. Isn't that test underscore demo underscore 1? Is it the one? This is the one. It has nothing here. That's fine. Iteration. You see that now you have the output file, and this output file is having the name report out output.xml. If I download that and I open it, I don't have. Oh, I will have to check which. Where is this? Mod. But let's see the log file. Log file will have the same content. Where is it? Here it is. This whole stuff is the content of the file log output. Right. It is all the XML. That's how you call your report. Now again, one more thing here is let's do this. Where is what was our report name? This one. Now what I was saying was our report has no prom right, meaning it's a straight report. You just run it and you gets the data. But what if it has a launch parameter? Let's do that stuff. I just started a prompt of company. That means if I have to run this report, it will ask me for the prompt, right? Now, how will this work in Studio? Let's see that. Now, since I've updated the report, I will go again here and again select my report. I am to test report 1. Now you see the difference right now. What you're seeing is just the extra parts and RPT, right? Now here, when I'll do next and finish it will. Why didn't that change? Did I give the right name? I'm the tester for 1. I think I will have to first delete it. You go here, start here, report service deleted. Come here and also delete it again. Do the report and do the GMS. I am to test. Report alias is report and set finish. I think because we have given here a default, that's why. Prompts rather than specified default value. That's right. Me answer any? Not much. This one that was now. Let me come here. Where is this? Delete. Pull the out, rest, delete it, bring it again. I'm wondering why is it not showing the prompt? Right for prompt. You have something like question mark and then you get that. It should come automatically. I'm not sure. Why is it not coming here? But I'll let you know from a concept perspective. Are you clear about this? Yes, about the store step, which is for extracting or generating the file, right? Stored step is basically saving the output of the report, which is in the log file, which we got from Workday out rest. This one doesn't mean that it will only give you the output of Workday out rest. For store, you can whatever will be the input. Again, you see here the properties, advanced message, whatever you will put here. If you put a variable and you give the variable name, store step will generate a file with that content. In this example, if you click on Workday out rest, and Workday out rest, by default, it doesn't show here, but because it gives you the data right, it gives you the data, it puts that data into the message. Right? That's this. And let's do another stuff here. Similar to this, sometimes your vendor says that yesterday the recording is important for us because we did the file-based thing as well, that how to retrieve file. There is a component called get event documents, and that's how you get the file from an SFTP or something, right? To see that recording. But now today we are doing, if there is a use case of calling an API, the vendor says instead of FTP, I will give you this API, right? For that we have a different component which is HTTP out. This one, right? Now here, what do? Is you have to specify an endpoint and the method, and this all detail will be provided by the vendor. And in the advanced tab, you have the, where is that? Nothing here. You have to give this, and then when you put your mouse on this, you have the basic authentication. HTTP properties, various story or key password and all that. But this is not needed to meet up to just put your mouse on this one. Create REST binding. This is basic. You click on that basic auth and it will ask you username password. This is where you give that and the link you give it here in the endpoint here, right? This endpoint will be something like this, right? What is this endpoint basically? This is what we say. Open. Let me check if I can get something. Open exchange states. If you're a party, I think you have to make an account here, but it's like the vendor will give you an URL, right? That whenever you will call that URL in the browser using this user ID password, you will get the data. It's a basic web service. You can do for both SOAP and REST calls the same method. Oh, I don't have an example here, but let me see if I have any in my REST. This one I have. This is again for currency rates. If you see here, here it is my stuff. What we are doing is the URL. I'm not hard coding it. This URL is coming from my launch parameters, the attributes. Here it is, the link which the vendor has provided. I have my user, I have my password all set up as attributes in the evil. I'm fetching those attributes. You are a user ID password. And then in this one HTTP out component, I am specifying that URL HTTP method by default. It is post. No, it's not launched. Sorry. And then the third is this HTTP out, right? HTTP out component, which the name I have changed. But yes, it will actually be out with basic code, where again I'm passing the variable. And endpoint, they need to give us right. Endpoint and the credentials. For example, in our case, it is HTTP basic auth. The password and user ID they will give, right? And when you pass this, it will like in the HTTP that the Workday out rest, you got the XML. In this case, you might get, depending on how they have set it up, you might get a JSON, you might get a CSV, you might get XML. HTML, this is the case with the case right now that I have never seen. HTML is something which is very difficult to don't have a component to handle. HTTP. Yes, the same problem facing data. And I have been working on this since last 4 days, but I couldn't solve it. If I would have been the lead on that project, I would have pushed back to the vendor that this is something. Yes, you cannot. Actually, I requested my lead to do the same, but don't know why he's at the content. We have to go back and do all this to take time. He's on the background or not. Yes, he has worked with background. Then I'm surprised. Yes. And not only you made, the most of my friends asked about the same, but surprised. HTML is not a recommended or a very stuff, right? It is normally if you see anywhere when you have to connect and all that JSON XML, actually what happened is HTML is almost equal to XML. If that HTML is proper, well formed, then I could have done converted. Yes, it is like XML. I could have done with the user with other comments, but the HTML load there is not well formed. There are few open tags, and that open tags were not letting you to go forward in the other component. That's what exactly happened. I have to still do that which I wanted, but I couldn't. I don't know how to do it. I was just researching on it. Right. And then what I wanted to show you was that for testing this, right? There is this tool called Postman. It is an API platform. It's a free open source one. Yes, I added all this. I have to sign in. I have this here. I have. What does Postman? It is like, say, your vendor has given you that API right. Now, before calling it in Workday, how will you do that? This is that place where you can put your URL here, right? And select a method like post. It is similar to this. If you see, here we have the HTTP method as post. And then you have given the endpoint right. Same thing here. You give the endpoint, you select the method as post, and then you have authorization. You select the basic auth, you give the username and password. And then just click on send. And it will give you the data. If there is any error, you can reach out to the vendor saying I'm not able to get the data. what could be wrong, and all that. And in that data, we will get like something like 2000K, 4000K, 500K, etc. If it is 200K in the series of 200, then the fact it is fine. It is going good. If it is like 400, the error is with our side, and it is above 500, the error is on the other side. But you will get the data here. Whatever, in the response you will get the data. But I think that we don't get the complete data. We get only a few reports. That depends again on the IPI. And sometimes there are a few other parameters which we have to select. Say sometimes the response type or some client ID or something for that. Workday provides a component called set headers, which you have to do before the calling of the service. In the set header, if you go to the common and headers, you can add more. Right? Whatever they want. They will specify that content type is what application is on. You have to just write it. And the next component is all text field. Right? What it is doing is, it is just setting it up for the next component. That's it. Nothing else. Postman is basically an external tool. Just to verify that we like install in our system. Or it is like there are two, both the versions. It's a downloadable exe file as well, which you can install. And it's a Chrome plugin as well. You can directly do. Very common news. You can even find YouTube videos. 2-3 minutes and you will be very simple, very good user interface. Just try it and you will get it. What I was saying was if there are any other extra things to be said, those are done using the set headers, right? Like content type is application JSON, meaning the output is JSON. This is all provided by the vendor, whoever is the source of that link and will provide you that. That's why I just got something like a URL and a token. Right. That is the token client ID or client secret or something like that. Everything will come up here. And then sometimes, if it's not REST, if it's meaning you have to pass a payload, right, a request message, then you have to put it in the right step. In the right step, if you see here, this is the payload for that. Sometimes, if it's not a REST URL and it needs that, you pass, send something, and then you will get something. This is how we do it. We do a write step before this, before that header, if needed, then write step and then call that API. Now you will get all the details. Whoever is the provider of that URL will let you know that it is just a URL. That's a no request message. And if there is, they will specify. No worries on that part. The technical point of contact from the other side will provide you all that details. Even the best way is to have a call with them and say, why did we this? Can you help me in trying this out on Postman? And everybody knows Postman. It's an open source tool. Everybody uses that. And then whatever you do there, you have to just replicate it here. That's it. You just said that in the right component, we have to do the payload. And this is what we do while selecting the web services we use to create requests. And that request, we have to paste it here, isn't it? It's either right step or sometimes we also use SLT steps to do that. That we will see. What else? If you see this one, let's see this part in here. This one, we are doing the start head and we are fetching the attributes here, right? Then I'm doing the set headers to setting up the special requirements for that API. Content type is application. Then I'm passing the request, right? Whatever vendor has told me that you pass this request and you will get the data. I'm passing this to this URL which they have provided with the basic authentication, user ID password. Now the output of this is a JSON, right? The main thing in Studio is whatever you get, first thing is to convert it into XML. Since we are getting JSON, I have a JSON to XML converter. They will provide it. If not, Postman will give you that output. You will get to know it. And after that, this is a local out stuff. Let's see this local out, local in concept here. But then if you see this right, normally if we start doing the assembly, it will be a long horizontal line, right? In order to put breaks in between, logical breaks that from here to here, should this and then to the next line. It should go to the next line here. What we do is we just put a local out here and this is a local in and we connect them internally, not via an arrow, but internally, not like this. We do it on the component properties. Now let me show you here. We have seen this part. Delete this. Now say, after put integration message, there is another stuff I have here. I have another say a sync and another put integration message here which are connected. Now say my required. I could have done this here as well. Like it should be, it can be here as well, right? But it is going long. You have to use the scroll bar to go right. In order to break that functionality, what we do is we put a local out there and local in here, right? Local. There are two components, both out and in. Out, you put it here, and in, you put here. And then connect these two and connect this one to that, like this. And first do a save right now. What you will do is this local out. It is giving you a red cross right, meaning that it is not connected to anything. Please connect it. That's the word. The way of saying it right, and you see the endpoint here, which is saying red mark here. That means that you have to configure this because the studio doesn't know where should it go after this. How we do it is we now have to give a local in. Now, what's the local in? Is this subroutine here, right? Let me change the name here and I will put here input. I have to connect this call subroutine to this input. How I will do it is I will click here this arrow and it will open up all the Program Studio projects. What I will have to do is I will have to search mine, which is in Test Studio. Where is it? this one, and it shows you all. It will show all the local ends you have in your project right now. I have only this subroutine here, next and finish. No, it will again be wrong. Why? Because I have changed the name, but I didn't save it. Once it is now again, I will go there in test. Now it should. Alright, next and finish now. If I do control save, the cross mark should go. Yes, right? It's gone now. Now, how to know after this local out? Say, here in this studio, you have 100 of local outs, local ins, right? Now you want to know which one this process will go to. After this, what will happen? What you do is you do a right click and do declaration in workspace. Now you see, this one has a black mark. Like whatever I click, it has a black outline, automatically comes up. Now when I do this declaration in workspace, you see the black line will change from here to this one, because that's how they are connected. I will say where in workspace is this local out, connected to that is, defined by this, and it goes there. That means these are connected. It is used to do a logical break plus a programming functionality, right? A normal stuff as you do in C++, right? Let me show you if it has a what I normally do is, and it depends from again your programming work, mine might work different way. There are different ways of doing it. Say first component will be start here, after that you put local out. Then you put another local out. Then you put another local out. And then you connect them. This is my first line of the project. What it is doing is say this is start here. Then I will say this one is read or say coli, process data. Then generate log file. Now what I'm doing here is I have connected multiple sub-programs here, right? This is start here. After it, what will happen? It will go to this local out. Now this local out should have a corresponding local in right. What I will do is I will have another swim lane which will have a local in there, and it will only. What it will do is it will only call that AP. I get the data. That's it. That functionality will end here. Right? Then it will again come back here and it will go to the next one, process data. Again, it will see what is the logical thing there. It will go to that login, and then there I will have my components which will process that data, read the data from that API and do some processing there. Once that is done, come back here and then it will go to the next component. Then it is generate log file. It will find the corresponding local in and then do that store, step and all that stuff. That's how normally I've seen developers breaking their functionality right. This first line will tell you what this program is doing. It is starting here. Then it is first calling the app here or say reading the input file, processing the data generating log file. That's how you divide it into submodules. That's the basic of local out, local in, Workday out, REST, HAPE out. Step, and on Monday we will do the Workday out, which is for calling Workday web services. And after that, we will do the router splitter, and then we will start doing our use cases. And the practical use cases, where then you will have to apply all this concept and start doing stuff. You drag and drop, and then you put whatever things you want to write here. You do whatever. All the things here like a rectangular. We do the same. They just commented. This is all comment, and you can just change the format and all that stuff, color, whatever you want. No worries, no worries. I will say try it out because, yes, it's to tell you frankly. There are many. There are many that I would have tried. In fact, I would have tried you before asking you. That's perfectly fine. What I'm saying is, you see, there are many components, right? We will not be able to do each one of them like we are doing it. Right, for my thing is I will show you all the commonly used components which will be used in any integration. There are many which are never used, very rare use case. Even I have not used all of them. If you get requirement, you want to know about it, but good that you ask this. It's no harm in asking. And one more thing shown by the definition. We know what exactly is that developer and tester, but the developer and tester. Yes, first to you. You mean to say, well, yes. We will see that. But right now, since we are doing components only once we have a good program built, we will see the debugger how that works. Welcome to my lecture. 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 This is the tab which we use for exploring these web services, which is called Web Service Schema Explorer. The way to remember is you have a web service schema. That's why there is this Schema Explorer. Now you click on this W here, drop down and say add latest Workday web services and choose WSDU. Now you have to give your functional area. Like say I am using, for example, this one, which is the get workers is part of human resources. I will just search a human and it will come up. I click on this and I click on. What will happen is it will add all the human resources web service here. If I click on this arrow, it will show another child, and then again you have to click on the. But before we go there, till now, do you have any questions? Any is not clear. Why we use web service? Basically, there are two things. One is we did HTTP out. That was for all external APIs, which is vendor specific. Suppose a vendor has given you, this is my URL, you call it, this is the user ID password, and this is whatever, and you will get the data. For all that stuff, we use HTTP out. But whenever we have to get data from Workday via web service or load data into Workday, load data meaning any data load you have to do or you need to create something into Workday via integration. There is only one way, and that is web service. There is no other way. Even when you do inbound AIBs, they also at the back end uses web services. But that is not visible to us because of the interface. But yes, in Studio, it is always, and Workday Studio is used 90% of the time for inbound integration, which means for loading data into Workday, it is used. And in all such cases, Workday out SOAP is the component which is used for calling Workday web services. Let's go out here. See actually how these web services collect the data from our data. Because I think, yes, go ahead. I am saying in Workday Cloud, you have a separate section for all other applications which are interconnected. We work in Studio because you are connecting to a particular tenant via this Cloud Explorer. Here or whatever, whenever your code is getting deployed, it is getting into that particular tenant and it has that connection with that layer. It automatically fetch it and do that. You don't have to do any other stuff. Parts on calling. That means in the external cloud or any other external servers, the entire out data will be present over there and it will fetch the same from there. When you are using external web service, yes, then that means you are calling some other cloud which is also your. Any other question, Parag? Let's take this example. Get worker say, this is the one which I want. Right. In this one, you do a right click and say open SOAP for app request in web service tester. This is an inbuilt tool in Workday, web service tester. Either you do this or sometimes they have an option of web service builder wizard. You click on that and what it will do is get worker by specific ID or get all workers. Let's say we do get all workers and next, and here you choose what all information do you need about the employee, additional job benefits, business units, career, and all that stuff. Let's go with this that you only need employment information. Click on finish. When you do finish, it will open up this tester. Right? Here it is. This is your wizard. This is your request message. Once you click on this green thing here, send request, it will send the request to the tenant and get you the data. For getting this data, it is using the security permissions of the account that you have logged in. Right now, I am connected to the tenant using this super user called TEC Rhino. Whenever I'll be doing this connection, it will connect via that. If that user has access to get the worker data, it will be able to fetch the values. If not, then it will give an error. Let's see if I just click on this green thing here, it is saying send in progress. It has made that connection and it fetched this data. If you see, this first employee is this Logan McNeil, right? And it has all the ID type, what country custom ID and all those stuff. Right? This is how you get a web service. Right. Now let me choose a very particular one and take his ID. Host name and then worker ID. Worker ID is this 210210006. I will copy this. And now, first I did get all workers. Now let me do the other. Get worker by I. In this we specify the ID. Like which ID is this? Worker underscore ID. I'll just say finish. And where is that? Did I choose right? Here it is right. Employee. Let me show you again. I'll cross this one. Again this Workday. Web Service Builder. Get all workers. No, I want to get by worker ID. Now here you have the option. What I let me choose employee ID. And I can even populate that ID here. Let me put it here and finish. Then it will populate it right away. Employee ID is this. Now let me send the request and it got me the data. Right. This is the user. We are just testing whether we are able to fetch the data or not using the web service. This is why, because we are getting the get, we are using the get worker data, right? Get web services is just to fetch data. But if you use import or put or submit, that is used for loading the data. And now let's see how we call this. Right. Now if you see here, this is human resources. If you see this, this is the functional area you can see. I will copy this and I'll show you where to do this. We will go to our studio, Workday, property view. In this property, you have these two things which are mandatory. Application is what is the functional area. You just copy paste. There is no extra stuff there. And it is asking for version. What version there? Just copy the version. And save it and connect this to this. What we are doing here is logging the message and then storing it as a file. But now for web service to work, you need the request. Right. This is the request which needs to go. And then this is the response that you will get, how to pass the request. That's the question here. What do you think we need to do? That means the message which has to go to this component needs to be that request. We can add async mediation and access it. Access lead is one way, but there you have to write the code. But here we have a fixed request. What can we use? You said, right, async is for sure we need to do because that's the place where we need to. After this, what do we have to do in order to make sure that we pass this request? What do you think? How can we pass? You don't have to be right always. Like, do we have access out there? Access is fine. And that's one of the right answer. But access it is used if say you have to do some modification, right? If you have to pass a fixed access to this one, what component can be used? We can use copy. What co? If you say copy, let's do this. I will say copy. Now, where will you put? Because in the property of copy, you have input as message, output as input. Where will you write that? No, I mean copy cannot be used. What else? Do we have that in store? Store is used for storing, creating the file in the output. We don't have to create the file. We have to just send that request to this. Meaning for this component, the message should be this. This should be the input to the next component. How can we do that? Shiva is saying right component. Why didn't you say that? Why you have? What is right component used for? In the right, you can have the message builder. You can put a text one. You can also put a file and all that. Once you put a text right, you can just copy this all stuff. Come here and then please stick here. Then the output of the right step will be what? It will be the message. Right. And this is the message. This message will go as an input to this. Yes. Ask any questions you have. The basics should be clear. If you have any doubt, do let me know. In write, I thought we write usually the like text things. This is text. What is there? This is a text. Text can be anything. You write JSON, you write whatever. Text is a text. We can write any program as well as on or. Meaning this is a fixed up. If you have click here, text whatever you write there will be in the message. It will not do any coding. Meaning if you do it in here, this is an ML stuff. If I want to make this dynamic, I can do that. But as of now, we just need a standard message. That's where the right step is used. Let me save this, but not tell me. Are you clear what is happening here? Right. We have all day out SOAP. All day out SOAP needs a request message. And in the output, you will have the response. For passing the request, we have used write step. We can also use SL. But in this particular use case, XSLT doesn't make sense because XSLTs, again, tell me what's there in the XLT. In the XLT, there is a code. And for that code, what will be the input? There has to be some input, right? Like XLT will form over L. XLT is used for modifying XML. XML into and XML into text, XML into you. Do whatever kind of stuff you want to do. You can do it with XSLT. Here we cannot use XLT because there is no input XM in which we have to do some transformation. That's why I'm deploying this, and then let's see how it goes. What will be in the output? Here, whatever we have got as the response will be the response after this, and same is going to the store step. Meaning we will have a file with this name report output.xml, and it will have the output of the web service. That's what I can say, right? Let's do that. I completed and it failed. There is an that's the error. You detected in local input integration, but it generated this. Then it generated the file, and this one will have. All that kind of X. This was the output, the outbound one, where you're calling the web service, getting the data. Right. How about inbound? If you have to load the data. Right. For that, I have a very simple method. Let's say if you have to do put, there is this put location, and there will also be a get location. FGH get location. Right. Let me try this. I will do this. Get all locations next, and the location data finish. It opens up like this, and I run this. It will give me all the kind of locations. Here, if you see, there is a location ID called Barcelona. Let me copy that, and then I will ID next location ID. I will put here this ID and finish. I am passing the ID here, and I'm getting all this location data right now. This is where I'm fetching. Now say if I have to add a new location, how will I do it? After get, you also have a put location. Right. I will do it like this. This web service is used for loading locations. If I have to do is open perhaps request in this tester, it will open up here. Now, since we have to load data into Workday, you see this ABCD is a dummy. Now what they wanted is saying is Workday has made it easier for you. That since you have to create the data, what Workday will do is Workday will populate the web service with dummy data. That you replace this and you add your values and run this, it will create those. But again, when you create a location in Workday, that's a task. When you do create location, give the name, usages, you have to select anything and meaning when you have to create whatever is the red star. Those are mandatory things. Meaning for creating a location, you need to know the name, you need to know the usage. And then once you open up, you see all this is optional. There is no mandatory stuff here. I can click on and it can create. That means there is only two things which are required to create. One is the name and one is the usage. Rest all is optional. But here if you see there are many stuff, many things. Because web service will give you option to populate everything. But everything is not mandatory. It's not mandatory. What you can do is you can delete the other stuff which is not needed. Say if you have to create a location. First is this location ID. Did you pass the location ID in the UI while creating? Workday, create it on your own. If you click on here, integration ID, view ID, Workday generated. The location ID which is auto-generated. But here you have an option because Workday is giving you an option of overriding this. If you pass the value here, whatever you will give, that will be this ID. But if you don't give it, then Workday will create it at location 6 something as per the sequence. And it is the same ID, then it is the effective date. Location name was mandatory. Let's say it has location 1. And then usage. Usage ID is something which is required. I will see here that what is the usage ID for this one. Business asset, right? And this thing is very important. Once you do a get, you get all the values. You can take and estimate that. What do I have to pass in this? Right. That's why whenever you get an inbound thing to load, first try the opposite of it. Try to do the get. Once you get the response, it will help you in populating the other web service. Business asset is the value of that. See. You come here and then usage ID is this. Rest all is not needed. But if you still want it, you can populate. Like I want to do it as business site. And then you remove. But while removing, you have to be very careful that you don't delete. If you are deleting this tag, corresponding ending tag should also be deleted. I open an XML because what it will do is it will give you it can tell you whether it is an invalid or valid. Right. Here you have long stuff. Location. Let me give location. Give work to that. Opportunity to create the ID. We will just create a location. Location data needs to be there because that's the parent that it ends here. And then you have integration override data. You don't need this one. Then you hierarchy. You don't need integration ID. No content data is. This is the point. You don't need full contact data. But you have to be very careful that you delete the full tag. Instructional side. Then you have associate. This is on shift 2. Is this? These are all individual tags. And location. And this is the web service. Try this and put it in the web service. Test the control and compute. This is our request. What we have done is we have removed all the things which are optional. Right. Now let me first show you your location. What's the one which we are creating? Location 1, location 1. Right. Now let me send this request. If you see what it says, effective date cannot be specified when creating a new location. This is a work level service error. What does it say when you are creating a new one? You don't need effective date. We by mistake, we did that right. Because when we created a new location online, there was no option of date. We agreed. Sorry to correct it. Who created this? Now let's go there and also create it. And if I do, you're hiding that you want to get. Now what if it's like? What do you have? I didn't get that. Can you repeat? If I send this request again, will Workday create another one? I think it should override. It will get another one, I think, because it is creating in Workday the key field. The unique field is this ID. Name can be duplicate. But since it is changing everything, created an. Now, if you specify a location ID, then it will not duplicate, right? Let's say if you are mentioning the location ID, then it will not duplicate. It will create only one. Now, if you have to do it via the studio, what will you do? You will copy this and you go to this part here, the right step. It will remain same. Some important components which are, let us do this first. New Workday Assembly project. Right? And let me give a name of int test underscore studio underscore 11. Let's finish. Today, what's the first component which you put on a new studio? St- Where is there start here? There is no start here. If I search start here, there is no start here. Workday. Just place the cursor over the assembly area that it will pop up. It is called Workday. Yes, there is no component called start here. Start, here is the name given, but it is Workday component. And then let me put a swim lane. Let me put it back in this one. After that, I have an async. Right. And then I have put it here. Let me put a standard. Put integration message in the end. Finish. That's. And in this one, what I want is let me put a right step. And in the right step, instead of message content, let me put a text, and I am putting here a CSV file. Right? Employee slash name slash cost center slash location. There is one to test CC1 location 1. The details. Tom CC Lucy 2 and then 46, CC3. This is my input file. I am just assuming it's like that. I'm just storing it as a comma separated thing. Whatever, now, whatever is in the right step becomes the message. After the right step, your message will have what it will have, this comma separated stuff. Now, since it's that, I am using a CSV to XML a component. And CSV, what I'm saying is I use my first line as header because that's the header. Till this point, you're clear. Now after this, I am putting, say, a log. I want to put that here, and I am doing it here. That's fine. Put integration message. What will be the thing in the log? How commerce separated XML. The data that you have created. Right. Now you are aware about this part, right? Let me then deploy it quickly. Since I want to show you the functionality, that's why. But ideally, there should be a send error component here like this one. And then what I'm doing is I am just running its studio test. Check it. For to start here. Launch integration. It is running. and it's completed. If I double click, there is. It is this, right? You got the. Let me copy that. Concede. Let have some. Control. Cross. This is the final XML which is coming up after that. What's the shortcut of like doing pretty print here? Control Shift F. Control Shift F for 4. It will format it. Now, what I want to split this one. If you see there are 3 rows, right? One is this employee. Second is this employee. Third is this employee. I want to process them one by one. In that case comes the use of a component called a splitter. A splitter will come here. And what do? You will have this one. Now, when you click on the splitter, you see there are different types here. One zip splitter. You have this one. If you want to know more about it, you just go to the Properties view and then click on Help, and it will show up. What are the different types? Alright, the splitter is this. I think you have to choose first. Now here you see this is Create Subroute. Splitter, what it does. As the name says, it splits whatever is coming based on something which you will specify condition, and that we will see. Right. And then is this subroute, meaning after splitting, where should it go? The arrow will be from the subroute to the next one, whether it is here or anywhere. And we can have multiple subroute as well here. Correct. Depending on what type of splitter you are using. We have. How many types of splitter do we have? You see here 2468. These are the types. You have, first one is custom splitter. Then you have standard splitter. Then you have expert splitter. And then you have XML streams, and 99% of the time we use this. Because our input message mostly is an XML, XML stream splitter is something that you use. Right? And in that you have the experts. This expert specify how you will split it. Right? The flow will be, it will come here and then subroute will go there. Now after this is the expert. What it should split will be coming from the file. How do you want to split it? You want every row, right? This is 1. This is 2. And this is 3. Right? What's the expert for this one? Root row, and that's it. Root slash. After the row becomes this part. Employee ID names and CC. Right? This is your stuff. Now, if you are lazy enough to type the root slash row, because that's how it will be, root slash row. Right? But say if it's a complex XML, there are many child and all that stuff. The best way to do is open. Click on the Schema Explorer. Not Schema Explorer, XPath Explorer. Now see the magic? If I click on this part here, employee ID, right, it is giving me this. If you click on test, it is giving me the X path for that, right? This is X path for the position. CC is X path for this. But since we don't need the CC and all that, we need it for the complete one. It will be just root/row. This one. That's what we will specify. In this properties of this splitter, root/. Now what will happen is after this, when you do this, this subroot will give 3 times. Why 3 times? Because our input is right. XL has 3 things. This one will come 3. Now how to see that is, I've put integration message will not give us the content. Right. For to do that, let's put an async here instead of connecting it directly there. I will connect this subroot to this. In this one, I'll put this log. And in this log, we'll just identify I am putting a line separator and I'll put a text and I will say start. And in this one, I will just say, just to make sure, let's see how many start and it is there. How it will happen is, right, this is the file having 3 rows of data. It will convert into XML. XM will have root row and all that like this. Then we are splitting it root/row. After this, what will happen is this component async mediation 0 should execute 3 times because this subroot will send 3 messages. And now we can also define how many splitting we want to do. For example, if data is let's say 5,000, can we define that we need the 1,000 each in each case? That is dependent on there is another one. Splitter root row. That's a router. Splitter will basically, in individual rows, even if we have like 800 rows, it will, right? Start here and here 800 times. Correct. And here, since it's XML, right? Based on the expert. It doesn't have that count stuff here. But if you want such kind of stuff, then you have to use some other kind of splitter. Let's say if I put another splitter here just to check. And let's say I put a custom splitter. Custom splitter means you have to write some Java code here. Spring Bean is some Java stuff, which I've never used. Then what else do we have? We have standard splitter, right? In span standard splitter, you have this line token delimiter and multiple line separator. String use. This is again some type of splitter. Again never used because why this is always uses? Because our input is always an XNL most 99% of the time. That's why this is a JSON splitter. This is a JSON splitter. You give a JSON path and it splits the JSON again. Not used. Then it's unzip. Unzip splitter. If you have a zip file and you want to split multiple files in that, right? If you have a zip folder and inside that there are multiple, you use this one. And then you have mtable splitter. What it is M table name that contains M table. Now I have also never used this one, very rare use case. And then the last one is create a subroute. It just adds another subroute here. That's it. Main is always you will see XML stream splitter, right? What I do, how it will do is our XML will come here. We know there are 3 subroutes. Their meaning 3. Root/row is giving you 3 fragments of XML, right? What will happen? First fragment will come here. It will print. Then the second will come. It will do that processing. Then third will come. Everything will happen like this. It will. This whole will execute 3 times. Meaning if after async you have any other stuff, right? Multiple components, all of them will execute 3 times. Right? And it will be in this fashion. Start here. But let's see that. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Now let's see. We have to. Now let's also see the concept of debug. Right. There is a thing called debug. That is also very useful stuff. Let me show you first. Let's deploy. It's deployed. If you see here on this part, if I do a right click, it says launch integration and then debug integration. Right, debug integration. What it does is for that you have to put a toggle assembly point, right? Every component has this property of toggle stuff. Let me put a toggle here and put a toggle here. What it does is, these are a breakpoint. Now, when I do a debug, what will happen is integration will run and it will stop at this point. Checkpoint, checkpoint, right? And it then gives me an option of resuming it. What will happen if I click on resume? It will go to the next checkpoint, right? And then that way I can see. If it is this one, there is no launch parameter. I will say just I'll click on debug. Now the look and feel of this will change. Let's see, let's give it some time. It's launching 100, then it will. From a normal person, it will become hawk. It's happening. Now it's getting angry and now it will change. This is another method of rather than putting a log everywhere and seeing the log file, you can see how the flow is going. What is the output of that step and all that? That's going to be right. And did you click on the right? And did you click on console? Or it opened by itself? Now, when you click on debug, now if you see here, this kind of launch is configured to open this switch. Now it will open up in a different format, right? See, everything got changed. Now you see here. Now you see here variables. On my this side, you have breakpoints and you have expressions. Assembly debug here. You have breakpoints, assembly debug here. You will get to know what is the output of this right after the right step and all that. Now if you see here, this is saying resume on the top. Yes, there is another thing which is step over, step over. If I click on resume, it will start executing and it will go to the next toggle point and it will stop only at that. If there is no toggle point, it will just run and complete. If you see below here, see this integration is waiting. It's saying active and preparing, right? The integration has now paused, is at this step. Now I'll say step over. Now see, when I click on step over, it will move on. Now it has gone to the SASVTooXML. But then what's right? It's the next step. I didn't give, but I did step over rather than clicking on resume. If I click on resume, it will directly go to splitter. But since I did a step over, now it is going each step by step. If you click on resume, it will go to the next breakpoint, right? Yes, if you give a step over it, it goes to the next component, next account. And then this is fine. Data is described where it is. Is that displayed? That's fine. Now let me click on again the next one. What happened after this? This will convert it into XML and now you see the message on the right hand side. This is the output of SASVTooXML. Now I click on. Next it goes to splitter. Now I will click on again. Next what will happen? It goes to the log and now you see the output. It is only one fragment. Again I'll click on. Next it will go to the second one, right? The put integration message execute in the end because it is for putting the event on that part. That's why this is still the first one, right? I'll see one. Yes, so is it. This is the first one. Let me see that next. Click on next. It goes to put integration. I was right now again. If I click on next, it will come back to again the slitter right then next. Then now it is the CT2, right? Then it will again go to the put integration message and then after that again it will come here, right? And then I will click on next put integration message and after this it will complete. Now it will say done here. It will check whether there is nothing overdone integration. If you see here, debug integration completed and it can. You can import the log file and this debug is very helpful and it will also show you the error. If say there is any error, right, let's do that. But where is it? This perspective, open perspective, show view here on the right side corner on the top, this one and beside that work. Because I very rarely use debug. I used to do it in the beginning, but then after that I never used it. Now let me show you how the debug will show you error. Say very common thing is if I don't put a message here, it will give me an error, right? Let me deploy it. It is deployed this one. I'll come again here and then debug integration and that's a debug. Now what I'll do is I'll not do a step over, I'll do resume. You see, after write, it will go directly to splitter. But what I hate is it takes time and I don't have that patience. That's why I don't use it much. Normally people what they do is, but this is the best practice. You should follow this thing. You should use debug, especially when you don't know where the flow is going, or say if it's an integration with someone else has built, but you are doing some changes and all that on that. Right now, it's on the right step right instead of step over. I'll do a resume. I did the resume and it came directly to split up, skipping the savvy to XML. Right now, I will do a step over. Now it came to log. Right now, after this it will come to put integration message and it will fail. And it will fail. It failed. You see that incompleted with error. Yes, that's the stuff now coming back here. Now you are fine. You now know what a splitter is and how it works. Right now, let me show you. The friend of this is called an aggregate aggregator. Aggregator does just the opposite of it. Aggregator, as the name says, it just aggregates whatever messages are coming. It will wait till everything comes and then it will club it and give you the output. In this one, first is aggregator right, and it has this type custom batch strategy. Then you have what else? You have this one which is size batch, then you have time batch, then you have custom collator, then you have message content collator, then you have XML message content collator. You have JSON again zip file. It's just the opposite of that. First we do a size batch, a size strategy, and then we do XML content collator, which is just the opposite of that, right? Like this. These are the three things then. Now you have to set the properties in the size batch strategy. If you put your mouse there, the maximum number of messages that a batch message can concatenate, right? Ideally, we put -1 here, which means everything whatever is coming. That one, click on help here and see batch size is the maximum. Whatever you want to give there and let me. And then the XML content collator. This is important, right? Maximum size to -1. I didn't get that logic. -1 is if you give, say batch size is 100, what it will do is the first 100 message. Yes, it will collate and send it. But say if you want everything, you cannot give it a number, right? 99999 and all that stuff. A -1 says till the time you get all the messages collated. That's how it is. Just make sure. I have one integration where I have used that. Since you cannot go to -1, it keeps from tolerating until there, right? This is the integration where I have the aggregator yep size batch strategy -1, and then the XML content collator is in the process. Monitor, if I open this file, yep, if you see here we are getting after the splitter this from row right, and it doesn't have an XML header, right, to make it a valid XML file. Right, a valid XML file has this, it has a parent tag and ending tag. Right now we are having only this. If we do a collator, it will only create an XML like this. It will not have this root stuff, right? And that's why it has a thing here, like let me copy. This is the thing which is missing. Here in XML content collator, if you go to the properties, you see the header text. It is something which you put that this will be the header and then that this will be the footer. Right? What I'm doing here is because my splitter is giving me only this part, right? Only this part and only this part. To make sure it becomes one XML, I'm giving this as footer and this one as header. Where is that again? And let me do it here. And then this goes to put integration. Part 5 put integration message. Let me, in order to see that, let's put anything connected to this, and here I will put this log again. In this log, instead of start, I will say after aggregator start. Now let's do this stuff again. Let's deploy and run. Do you want to run it normally or do you want to be one? Choose fast. Well, how do you want to see it? I think you like debug. I know debug. Should we add like toggle point already? It's there, right? There we go, switch. We add. I'll do a step over. We came to save to XML and this is how our save to XML is. After that, I did a splitter into the log. Right after that, it will not go to the aggregator. It will come back. At first, it will split everything, right? It comes to the aggregator. It gives that first part and then it will again come back to splitter. Right now, see, it is not going to async and all that because we have an aggregator in between. Right again. Now I will do again this one. This is now the second one. This goes to the aggregator. Fine, then it comes back. The third one comes to the aggregator. Done. Now again it will go to splitter. Now it is done. It generated that part. Next is done. Then there is a log completed and it is the aggregator and then it will open the file. Let's see what is there in the log, right? That last log file. We have the splitter start and start and start, and after that we have this write. That's what I am copy pasting it here. To check control, delete control B, control A, shift F write. That's why we don't have to give this part. Then if you have to fix it, we will come here in the go back to this mode, show property view. and now it should be. That's it. But you're clear about how splitter and aggregator work. Yes. Now the last component for the day is called move router, move route. Root, you have already seen that there was one which was document iterator. If you see here docker iterate, this is used for if you have multiple files. It is used here somewhere when you get event documents and you have to find documents and you have to find documents and you have to use multiple and you remove this part delete. There is doc. Iterator is for iterating through multiple input documents. This is one type of router that is used in the beginning. Fine, now let's see other types. After that you have is create subroute. That is fine. This is loop strategy, right? Router is something, say for example, I'll give you an example how we use it. Suppose you have your launch parameters, right? And in the launch parameter is say higher termination, there is a Boolean checkbox, right? If the employee comes and select higher is checked, then the higher operation should happen in the integration. If it is termination, then the terminate operation should happen, right? In that case, what do? Is you first, after start here, you will have get event documents or say the eval step where you will fetch the launch parameter, right? Elp dot. Get the value of that 7i. I didn't get this. Can you come again? Which one this I? I'm explaining about yes, the router part. Say there is a requirement where an integration you have created, Studio, it has a launch parameter, right? Where say it has a date, right? Just one date. If the user has selected a date right now, the logic which you have to implement in the Studio is that if the date is less than 15th of that month, write the day. The day is less than 15, do a higher. If it's greater than 15, do a termination. In that case, what you will do is you will say in start, here you will have, for after that you will have eval. In eval, you will do your. You know that, right? How to get launch parameter. The syntax props the name is equal to lil p dot. Get right. Right. Now your props, which is, let me give it here. Say for example, we have it here. I will add an expression props is equal to l dot, lp dot, get date. That's your input, right? You will give whatever date. You have write the name of the launch parameter. And here you will have say the date, right? And now say instead of the requirement which I said, which was day, again you have to fetch the day and all that. That will be complicated. Just to keep it simple, if the date is greater than 1, 20, 21, do a higher. If it's less than that, do a termination. Now you have to two things, right? One, you will have to call a higher web service. Second, you will have to call a termination website, right? It can be achieved via route. You will come here and you will say you will put embed strategy, right? In embed strategy, you can add two flows here, subroute and click on here. It will say one subroute and this one will be alternate. right? You can have multiple. Just click on here and then add click here, and you can choose whatever like we have only two here, like sub route and right where you have this last one, create a route, the last one, right? Say here you will put a name. This is for hire. Click here. This is for termination. Right, and put it here. This is for, let me add another one. Oh no, this one is not there. Delete. There are three. Now say first one, I will choose this one as hire, this one as termination, and this one is for any other. Now what will happen is again in hire, I have an expression here, condition, right? This is a condition. Now I have this, my props. I will take that and put it here. That if this is greater than whatever 22.1, row your 1 hyphen 0. This is the expression. If it is true, it will come here and then I can link it to that higher stuff. Similarly, this one can be to something else. This one can be. Right now I'm connecting it to one, but you can have three routes, three things there, local, local out. You can connect and then the corresponding stuff will happen. That's how a route works. Please do like, share, and subscribe to our channel. For more information, contact us sales@therightuptalk.com.